Uh, uh. Okay, that's working. Gonna be making some Tetris. Okay, so let's see. We're gonna need an application. Okay, and in this, we are going to need to include some IO stream. Gonna make a W string, and we're gonna make some tetraminos. Okay. Ugh. So we're going to make our tetraminos. Seven. Append. Okay. So this is basically going to be the vertical line. So let's see. We're going to switch these over to 1 and trying to remember what these actually look like. So we got our, whoops, S or Z, and then we have the opposite version, which would be the S. We can do that. And that should do. We've also got our T's. Let's make that 2, 3. see, we've got L's. Okay, and we've got basically the opposite. Then we've also got a cube, which I'm probably going to actually center that. I'm gonna go grab me a drink real quick. BRB. Alright. Oh, so, let's see. Let's see if I got all of these correct. So we got our two L's. Yeah. Got our T. Got both of our zigzags, and we got our vertical. And that is all 7. Now we could go crazy with some of these, because we don't gotta match Tetris to like a specific degree. But I digress. Alright, so now we're going to get into some functions. So whenever we rotate, we want it to rotate as if there's a central axis, right? Let me do a little demonstration. So square would be like terrible for this, but let's go with this, right? If we want to, if I can stop going over my own chord, if we want to rotate something like this, right? I'm just going to do that. That way it looks a little bit more like the actual shape. So if we want to rotate this, we don't want it to be around here. Oh, that's tiny. Why are you tiny? Uh-oh. That works. So we don't want it to rotate around here. Otherwise, that would look pretty weird. Case in point, where's the selection? There's the selection. If I grab this, and I don't even know how to rotate in this. So I can rotate like this. So if I rotate this by 190, yeah, 190, 180 degrees, then we can see that it's like stuck here, right? And this doesn't correlate well to text, especially on a 4x4 matrix that we are doing. So, oh, look at that. Holy moly. They've got scale. I didn't notice that. How did I not? But that doesn't rotate well on a 4x4 matrix, right? If it was a 5x5, maybe. But let's say that it's a bit too thin. Let's say that this is our 4x4 matrix, right? Say the circles are empty and x's are full in this case. I kind of made this a bit too big. But let's say something like that, right? If we were to rotate it on this central point, well, technically it would work in terms of a 3x3 matrix, right? But we have shapes that are 4x4. I mean 4x1, so we can't let that work. So if we do it like this, can I copy this? I can. Okay. So let's say if we want to rotate this by that 180 degrees, we would have to rotate the entire thing by 180 degrees. So if I grab this again and then flip this by 180 degrees, we can see that it went from this bottom corner to this top corner, right? And that doesn't really bode well for simple rotations, right? Because what we want really is for it to, instead of rotating around this entire grid, we'd probably want it to maybe rotate by this 3x3 or something close to that. So let's go ahead and bring this in. So we're just going to get an int, call this rotate, and this is going to take in int pixel x, int pixel y, oh, and int rotation. So let me expand these a little bit. I'm going to switch this to part on the x and part on the y, right? So if I go into here, we got parts on x. Oh, we got parts on the x and parts on the y. So this makes sort of a grid. Oh. Come here, puppy. Come here. Come here. Don't just stand there and jump in excitement. Oh, I got a cat. That's how this works. I call for a dog, I get a cat. Alright, anyways, where was I? Rotation. Uh-oh. These animals are crazy. Okay, so we're going to switch on R mod 4, that's ampersand, R mod 4, which is, in this case, rotation. Rotation mod 4. Oh my god. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Anyways, now we're going to make some case statements. Case 0, return part y times 4. Hold on a second. Let me go grab this dog. Come here. Come here. No, don't run. Oh, come here. Come here. Come here. Oh, I got him. He's just squirming. Oh, what you doing, buddy? You're a little feisty today, aren't you? Aren't you? Mm, mm. Alright, go play. Oh. So, we're going to return Ha! I accidentally unplugged it a little bit. Okay, so hello. But I have determined that CMD is what I'm going to be using. Besides, I'm pretty sure it automatically opens to CMD. Like, let me do something real quick. If I just open this up, yeah, it just goes immediately to CMD. So now we are just going to set certain parameters like the width and height of what we're going to be using. So let's see. Not one for coming up with decent names. We'll just go height. Alright, and now we are going to actually set up an unsigned char pointer. So that way it'll actually print that to said terminal or command prompt, whatever it uses. Unsigned char pointer. And we'll just initialize that to a null pointer. Did I break something? No. To be char pointer. Whoop. And now we're just going to be setting it up to actually use the width and height that we set up. So now we're just going to go over the width and height. So we can easily do that by doing the grid width, then x++, then another for loop. Then we could do y, Oh, that's not right. Int y, then we can loop over the grid height. So we're going to take y times grid width plus x equals, so this is going to I do not understand that. So we're going to check if it's the beginning or end of our grid. And the top or bottom. -1. So you can do that. So if it's any of these, then it will return 9. Or if they are false, it should return 0, which will probably just be an empty cell. Well, not probably, it's going to be a 0. And if it's the borders, it'll return 9. So we're going to go ahead and include windows.h so we can start drawing to our terminal. So we're going to get a wchar pointer. Oh, there's supposed to be an underscore there, I think. Oh, wait, I'm stupid. There we go. Hey, don't chew on that. Okay, and we're going to call this screen. This will equal a new wchar t. And we're also going to need to take in a screen width and screen height. And we're just going to set this up here. And I mean, I could make it the same size as that. I don't know if that'll translate over well. So what I'll do is just double it. So now we're going to take the screen width times the screen height, and we're going to loop over this, and we're going to grab this again. Whoops. So we're going to loop over this. Alright. I don't need these. I don't know why they showed up. Oh, because I tabbed it. Alright, so now we're going to handle console equals create console screen buffer. Generic read generic write. Zero null to screen buffer. This will be set just to our console attribute or variable. Dword bytes written equals 0. Alright, now we're going to write this. Be write console output character. And once our console, screen, and our screen width, screen height. So screen width times screen height. We can set this to zeros. And we need our bytes written. Whoops. Why are you in caps lock, my guy? Bytes written. And that should be good. So we can create a bool. We'll just call this game over and initialize that to be flas. And we can loop over this while game is not over, gamer. Then we'll go over this. And then we just move this in here. So that way it's updating the screen. Alright, so now we want to actually draw our playing field. Let me separate this real quick. I'll call this the render. And this our draw. So we're going to loop over X and Y again. That's the wrong spot. So we're going to loop over X and Y again. Same way that we did it before. I think right here. Yeah. But this is going to be different down here. Because this... Crazy dog. Because this is just basically initializing it. Now we can actually utilize it. So we can just do... You got the tiniest barks. Hey, come here. There he goes. Okay. So this is the set of characters that we are going to have access to. So we could take our grid output, do y times grid width and we take that and add our x. So basically, what's going on here is we're taking the screen, oh, buffer overrun while writing to screen. That's interesting. But this should be the only thing that we actually need in here. So I'm just going to get rid of these, make it look a little more pretty while I still can. So this is just going to offset everything by 2. So instead of showing up in our top hand corner, it's going to show up a little bit, maybe about right here. Probably like right here. Okay, and that should be good. If I compile this, let's make sure that it actually compiles. Might just give me a warning. Doesn't even do that. Perfect. So now we're going to get into our update sort of thing where we're taking in the inputs and the timing of it. So like whenever it should drop, whenever it should rotate. Okay, so now we need to work on the basic collision that this game has. So we're going to go up here, bool, we're going to check to see if the piece fits. So we got to know what tetramino we've got, and that way we can tell, okay, how is this going to be positioned, right? Because the other pieces don't know. We have to have the engine itself know all this information, right? So not only do we need to pass in the ID, which is basically this 0, 1, 2, all that, we also need to pass in the rotation. And now we need to get the position of the tetramino itself. So we'll get the pos x, pos y, so what we're going to do is just make it return true no matter what, and have certain things basically just stop that, make it return false. Right? So that way we don't have to do like multiple different kinds of checks just to see what's going on. It's like if it can go, then return true, and by default returning false. Because then that'd just be a little bit harder, right? Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and set up a nested for loop. And we're going to take in the pieces X position and the pieces Y position. And we're going to be looping over 4 for both of these. And that's because we got these 4x4 sort of matrices for them. And we're going to get the index of the piece by just doing int piece index equals rotate px py and our rotation right here. There we go. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is get the index inside the field itself. And this is important for determining where the piece itself is, what its rotation is, and if it will actually fit into wherever it's going. So we're just going to call this grid index. And we're just going to abbreviate it with GI. So we're going to grab pos y plus py times the width plus pos x plus x, right? Px. And that should tell us where it is in the actual grid. Alright, and now we are going to do our collision. How do you spell collision? That doesn't look right. Collision detection. So we're going to do if pos x plus px is greater than or equal to 0, and pos y plus py is greater than the height, then we'll continue. And basically just check the vice versa, right? Py greater than or equal to 0, px is less than the width, oh, it's my bad, hold on, I can't read. So we want to do x for both of these. Whoops. And then y for both of these. This one needs to be the width instead of the height. Alright, so now we can check if the tetramino with the ID at the piece index equals capital X and grid output at grid index doesn't equal 0. Then we'll just return fail or false. Fail, false. Alright, so this will immediately return So now we're going to do like a basic test to see if everything's going to work. So we can go outside of this scope, do current piece will equal 0. Our current rotation will also equal 0. And we can also take in the current x and the current y. Y will just equal 0. And this will equal our grid width divided by 2. So that way it spawns in the middle. Alright, so now we're going to draw current piece. And we're going to have another nested for loop, so we could just probably copy and paste this, right? And instead of taking in, or outputting that anyways, instead of taking in these, we'll just make them 4 because, again, they are on a 4x4 matrix. Then we will check if tetramino at the current piece, so 0, rotate x, y, and our current rotation equals that capital X. Then we'll do screen dot current y plus y plus 2 times our screen width plus current x plus x plus 2 equals current piece plus 65. Why is there a dot there? There we go. So let's see what's going on. Expression must be modifiable. Null value. So, current piece, rotate, X, Y, current rotation. Checking if that equals that. Screen, current Y plus 2 times screen width. Oh, I got plus equals there. There we go. Okay, so now should be able to run this with that build, and I don't think my engine's big enough. Not engine, my console. Or I just got a typo somewhere. 'Cause if I go up here, I could probably make it as big as I want. Let's do 100 by 100 to see if that actually changes it. Does not, but it does change that. So I'm pretty sure this is just a setting on my end. Doesn't look like it. But there should be an actual size setting in here. Might be in rendering. I'll do that. I'll do software rendering. Maybe it's an appearance. Let's see. I know there's a way to not have a default, or change the default, or even see the default window size for the terminal. I just don't remember how to get to it. That's the icon. Hmm. Oh, here we go. Launch size. So this is set to 5030 on my end. I wish, so I could probably just match this up now. So currently I have it set to a width of, looks like 50 and a height of 30. But I don't know if that translates to pixels. Okay, it kind of does. So the only thing that is actually no bueno at the mo is, I think it's also in startup. No, maybe appearance. Wouldn't be in color schemes. Maybe appearance. I don't remember if I've already been in here. Interaction. So we got line height right here. I could probably default this to just be one character. And then close all, rerun this. Okay, it doesn't change how it looks, but we do in fact have our character showing now. And if we go down, I have it being set to 65, and this is just the ASCII representation of A. So if I switched it over to, I think maybe 66 is B. Yeah. All right. So in that case, what I could do is actually set this to match how this will be. But we got to remember that it also has an offset of 2. So if I make it 16 by 22 and open up my terminal, that's the wrong button. If I hit this, settings, in the startup area, set that to command prompt. But in here, we could just set this to be 16 by that 22. Save that. Now I can just close and run. Makes it smaller and not in the way that I want it to be. See, it's wider than it is tall. So going back into here, I probably have the values set wrong. Columns, rows, yeah, I do. This is supposed to be 22 and this is supposed to be 16. If I save that, it might fix it. No. As a matter of fact, it makes it look a little bit worse. So columns represent this, rows represent this. So I had it right before. So in this case, let's just switch this back to 16 by 22 real quick. So we can see that it's like that. So what I'll do is just double it, right? I'll switch this to 32 and this to 44. So now opening this, it still doesn't look good. That's fantastic. How did I have the miracle numbers before? So see if I can get some semblance. So we can see that it's actually like cutting off as well. And that is probably just something with my terminal. So I'll just set this back to normal. Columns, this would be set to 50, then 30, I believe. Yeah, okay. I'm done messing with that. Alright, so now we can work on the actual timing of the game. And that is rather simple. Why am I in caps? This red. Looks like I don't have access to that. Ah, right. Things are acting stupid. Oh, things are acting real stupid. Alright. Pretty sure this will give me access to it. Yeah, this thread. Sleep 4. 50. There we go. So this will sleep for 50 milliseconds. So now we can track input for k equals, let me just do that, int k equals 0, k less than 4, k plus plus. So this right here sets the keys that I can use. So this is going to be the right arrow, left arrow, down arrow, and then the actual Z key for rotation. Okay, so this will check to see if this key is pressed. So what we're going to do is check to see if the piece fits, and we can pass in our current piece, current rotation, current X, and current Y. And if it does fit, then we continue. But we want to check to the left, so it's going to be current X minus 1. Then we can easily just copy and paste this, then just add 1. Minus 1. So we can go ahead and get rid of a bunch of these, because they're only doing one thing. So now we can go in here and check for our right arrow, and then just add instead. Then we can set this to +1 instead of -1. I will be right back. Where's my pause button? There's my pause. Alright. So now we should be able to build this and move left and right. Doesn't look like we can though. So what I'm going to do is basically just check to see if it is running. And this is just going over multiple times. So this is supposed to be working, but I don't think the booleans are being set to true. So what I'm going to do is actually break on the line after, so we can see that this does actually want to return something. Then I will step into, so it's not returning false. Okay, looks like there might just be an infinite loop here. Okay, so that actually returned false. And that could be because we're actually hitting the top. So if I go into here and actually set the current Y, I think to like 5, does that put that off or on the screen? Okay. So I'm going to remove that, hit continue, go into here, whoops. Okay, that does work. And that it only stopped because this was actually stopping it. So what I'm going to do is change this a little bit to actually sort of match. I want to make this 25 by hold on. This was 12, so they are off by 4. We can also see this as a 4 by 6, which is a 2 by 3 ratio. So I could do 2 by 3, then multiply this by 5. Well, not 5. Let's multiply this by 10 and multiply this by 10. And we'll see how that looks. So the bottom doesn't render. And it's probably, whoops, probably erroring out because the actual screen itself, the rows stop at 30. So if I go into my terminal real quick and check this, launch size, we can see that rows stop at 30. So it's going to 30, then it's going one more and trying to draw there, but it cannot. So if I want it to be that big, I should make it 31, right? Let me go ahead and close this. Then, okay, fantastic. It's still not rendering. Oh, wait, that explains it. It's because these two are adding to it. So going into here, I should add an extra 2 to this, and it should hopefully look correct. Of course, it's not gonna show up in here. Yeah, that's to be expected. It's me leaving the debugger. Okay, and that's not working. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's rendering all but 2, and it looks like bringing more and more on doesn't really change anything. Unless it does and I'm just stupid. Let's increase this to 40. See what happens. Yeah, that doesn't seem to change it. So let's go ahead and take a look at this. So the grid output, we need to make sure that it's actually becoming the right thing, right? So grid width, grid height. If we go up here, we got grid width, grid height, and this is equaling, see what, 20 by 30, so 600. So this is equaling up to 600 characters. And if we go on to here, this is equaling up to 1500 characters. Oh, but it's not updating this. Okay, so this actually needs to be set to like 33. There we go. So going into here, I'm going to bring this back down to that preferred 33. Or even 30. 30 should work just fine now. There we go. And input is working just fine. Alright, so just got to keep that in mind. The width has to be less than the width, right? So if I make this equal to 19 instead, then it's just going to look like this. But if I make it equal to, let's say we need an extra 3 characters. But if I make it look like this, it still looks like shit. That's fantastic. So let's make that 25. So 25 splits it in half. See, I don't understand why the width would have something to do with the height, right? So I'm going to go into here and make this equal to 33, just like the height. You can see that it's trying, right? Like if I do... Oh no, there's like nothing I can do right there. Can I move it still? I can. That oddly looks pretty cool. Okay, so maybe it has to be more than double the actual width. So I will do 45 instead. No. Although it does that. That is interesting. But setting it to 50 somehow works. Right. So I want to see if there's any correlation here. If I do 100 for say, what will happen? So it retains its shape pretty well, like this. And if I bring it out to that about 100 characters in width, it does that. So I think the issue is the fact that it can't get small enough, right? So if we do a quick count, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can I type? No. But what I can do is just open up the terminal, shrink it. So let's go ahead and open this up, shrink it all the way, and so right here, we've got about 33 characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And this is the terminal all the way shrunk. So the minimum amount of characters required seems to be 48. So if I do this, set the launch size, uh, uh, I'll set this to 45. I mean 48. And we can see that it still doesn't like that. And yet somehow 50 works just fine. Oh, that is so confusing. Maybe both of them have to be set. We'll set this to 48. Set this to 48. Okay, that does appear to be the case. Because it's taking the actual size of this and just so happening to double it just adds an extra space here because it's double. So if I were to do this real quick, we can see, whoops. So doing this, we can see that it's actually just grabbing different sections, right? Okay, I think I get it. And just doing that brings it back to normal. And I don't think we can go lower than this, can we? So if I set it to, say, 45, set this to 45, enter. So 45 does not work because it doesn't get small enough for 45, right? But if I get it about 90, which it doesn't look like you can do. Oh, there we go. This should be about 90. But we can see that it's just split apart. So it just depends on the actual size of the terminal. So 48 seems to be the minimum for this. So it looks like I can actually just leave one of these terminals open. And I'll just throw this onto my other monitor so it doesn't disappear. So this needs to be at least like 3 extra characters than this. Alright, so command line's an interesting thing. And I need to actually fix that because now it thinks that it should be smaller than what it is, but it's not going to render correctly. So on startup, let's get the launch size and make that 50. And 30 should be fine for the rows. So I wonder if we have it smaller than the screen size. Okay, so that happens. Having it the same size fixes it. So with all this extra space, I could probably add a little cue box, like right off over here, to fill up the rest of this space. But I am kind of curious. If I change this width to, say, 15, for example, so it's 30 across, will that also work? It will. So the screen size has to just match the actual terminal screen size. I gotcha. That is good to know. So the actual width of the screen is set to 50. So doing this will just overlap it, and that's because we're offsetting by 2. So if I just did 23 instead, 23.5. So that way it's 24. I mean, 54. And we can see that now we have the necessary gap, right? Doubling it still has the same effect. But I guess if you wanted to play like super wide Tetris, you could. But I'm still interested in the whole setting up an actual, like maybe a score system too. Throw it up right here. Throw in the next piece right here, and maybe a high score somewhere, right? So we can go ahead and follow the same inputs and just do 3. 2 actually. 2 would be the down arrow, and we can check the current Y and subtract 1 because we're wanting to go down. And actually, I'm a little wrong here. So we want this to just remain the current x and check current y minus 1. And we can go ahead, copy that, and subtract. And now, just running this, kind of stupid, yeah. This actually needs to be plus because I forgot the grid goes from top to bottom in this case. So now we can see that going down and it can actually stop. We can't go back up. I mean, if it's Tetris, then we shouldn't be able to go back up. But if I really wanted to, I could probably figure out that up arrow is like slash x26. And instead of making this a 4, we could just make this a 5. Then on the fourth one, which would be in slot 3, we can check minus and subtract. And then we can go up and down. It's actually pretty cool. So what I could do and just do that. So that way it's available if you want to just like fuck around with it. But now we're not going to be getting that. So we can even make these smaller. So we could just check this. Right? And that would do inherently the same thing. But we can go a step further and just do current x plus equals that question mark 1 0. And in this case would be minus equals. And we can copy and paste this format for our next one. Then do plus equals instead. Do a plus. And also need to make sure to add semicolons. Oh yeah. So this is just expecting that. And we can instead take key 0, and to be honest, I might just throw these right above each other. And then we can just copy, paste, and then switch this over to Y. Do that, and of course, there we go. And go ahead and just delete this. Check for key 2, key 3, and of course throw this within here. And we can go ahead and test this to make sure that I mapped the inputs correctly, and we did. Alright, so we can even do the exact same thing for our rotate. Dang! Okay, so we could do, don't know why I did a capital. We could do current rotation will plus equal that, and we just need to check all of that. Plus 1. So that's my bad. I forgot to switch this to key 4. And key 4 being Z. Well, it's not being pressed. So it's a bit weird that it's actually doing that. Huh. That's fun. I could still move it and lock it to a point. This would be like Tetris on challenge mode or something. So let's see what's going on here. So we are checking this, and we are checking that. So it's not actually reading our fourth key, right? Which is supposed to be this right here. So let's see. This is a const char. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So let me go ahead and just delete that real quick. And make sure that I am actually adding the correct key. So do that. It's no longer spinning, but now whenever we rotate, it spins. So something tells me it wasn't being added correctly. If I do this, it'll default to nothing and do that. So technically speaking, this is supposed to not spin. So I'm going to see if moving this over here will actually fix that. It shouldn't. I don't know why it would. No. So if we check, it's because this is on a scale of 4. It needs to be on a scale of 5. There we go. But as we can see, whenever we hold it down, it does that, right? And it could be tricky to just hit it once. So what we're going to do is implement a new boolean. Okay, so now we want to throw an if statement. If we're not holding the rotation key, rotate hold, then we want to do this. And my bad, I'm actually wrong. This needs to go off of our key press. Key 4. And we also want to check for the holding. So we want to check to see if it's false, right? So if we are doing that, then we want to set the rotate hold to equal true. Then we want to else rotate hold equals false. So now, if I go into here and hold it, I'm still holding it. It will not go. So if I tap it, we can see that it's going. And once we get down, we can no longer rotate. Alright, so now we are getting into game speed, right? Letting things drop for a certain amount of time and what our ticks are. So we can do int speed equals 20, and we want to pass 20 ticks over before we actually drop the block, right? So, let's see. Alright, so what we want to do now is, since this is updating every 50 milliseconds, we want to use the speed counter to go up until we reach 20. So we can do force down will equal speed and speed counter, right? And then afterwards we want speed counter to equal 0 again. But we want to do that after it gets switched over, right? Alright, so now we can actually get into here. So we're going to check if force down is true, then we are just going to get the current piece. Nope, current x, is it x? Current y plus equals 1, and we want to set the speed counter to equal 0 in this case. So if I hit play, we can see that it's going down. I can speed it up. And now we just got... Holy shit. Okay. This was my bad. I need to check it first. So we want to check if force down and does piece fit at current y plus 1. And if it does, then we'll do all that. So now if I do this, we should see that it's not going to try to go through. So there's a few things that we actually need to do before anything else. Once it hits the ground, so it's probably best to throw these into their own sections. Then we want to throw in else. So we want to do a few things. If it doesn't fit, we want it to lock position and rotation. And we want to check for any lines that we formed during this. And if we do, it will just clear it. We want to choose our next piece. And we also want to check if the piece even fits. So check to see if it even fits on the board. If it doesn't, then it's an automatic game over, right? Then we will show that the game's over. Alright, alright, so whenever we choose the next piece, we basically just want to grab all of this. And so we want to give the player a new piece, right? So what we could do is at the start of this, we want to get a random seed, unsigned int, and we want to do time, starting at the dawn of computer time, so we'll just put in null. And that way, all we gotta do is current piece will equal random, starting at, or starting with an offset. We shouldn't really need an offset in this case, but I could just put random numbers to help with it. Too many. Okay, so this will just equal a random number. And then what we need to do is add that random number that we just put in. Then take all that and mod it by, see how many pieces do we got? We got 7 pieces. So if we mod it by 7, it should work just fine. So we'll mod that by 7, and that will give us an actual piece to work with. And I could do the exact same thing for the given rotation, right? If I really wanted to. So we would mod this by 4 instead, and I'll give it a fresh random number. Alright, So that should be good. Okay, so now to lock it in place. Let's see, should be able to just yoink this, 'cause this is just a simple collision detection. Alright, oh, these are just ifs. Hold on. Then I'll just make this myself. Int x 4. Oh, that's an x. So then I could just copy this and switch this over to y. Probably be better if I switch this one. Guess not. And then we can check if our tetramino ID, which is the current piece, and we'll check the rotation. Rotate x, y, current rotation equals, whoops, x, then continue. We could do grid output current x, oh, nope, current y, plus y times our screen width plus our current x plus x equals, and it's not going to be the screen width, it'll be our grid width. And that'll equal current piece plus 1. And if the piece doesn't fit, so we could do B, game over, equals, does piece fit, our current piece, current rotation, current x, current y, and at the very end, the very end, we will want to set our speed counter to equal 0. Right, so now we can go ahead and check. We're not going to check for any lines just yet, but let's see if this will even run. So if I do that, nothing. As a matter of fact, I just trapped myself. And let's see. Is it because might be because I initialized these as new values. So now if I do that, there we go. And I can rotate. So the only downside currently is the fact that it's hard to tell where exactly we are, right? But that can probably be easily resolved if I get fuller characters anyways. Fuck. Oh, fuck. I suck at Tetris. Well, that would have been sick. Okay. So I do want to check to see if the game will stop if I just like do this. And it looks like it does stop. Alright, so now we can check to see if we got any lines. So we could do for int y. Let's see, for if current position y, or current y, plus y is less than the field height. So we can go grid height, minus 1 So we're going to create a bool real quick. We'll just call this line, and this will equal true by default. So we'll go over the lines for int x less than the grid width minus 1. So our line will equal grid output current y plus y times the grid width plus x doesn't equal 0. So this checks each line to see if there's any empty spaces. If there's any empty spaces, then it will just return false and not clear. And we want to default these to 1. Well, default x to 1. And we're checking the height minus 1, so we're not grabbing the top or the bottom. And we'll define this in here. Or no, we won't. What am I doing? We'll keep this out here because we need it in the scope. Okay, so if this is true, so we're going to check if line for int x equals 1, and we'll go across the grid width minus 1. We'll go grid output at current y plus y times the width plus x equals 8, which comes out to the equal sign. Alright, so this won't drop him down just yet, pretty sure. So I'll just try to get me a win. Oh, that just got harder for no reason. So we can see that it all gets transferred to the equal sign. And we still can't even go into it, right? So up here, we're going to create a vector. And in order to do that, we need to include it. And we'll store this as lines. And in here, whenever we convert all of them to the equal sign, basically just want to go lines dot pushback current y plus y. So as soon as it pushes back, we can go down here and we can check to see if the line is empty. So we do if lines.empty. So if it's not empty, we want to have it behave a little bit differently. So we can do write console output character anyways, character to the console at the screen, and length will be screen width times screen height. And we will delay it a little bit more than what it is. So we'll delay it for 400 milliseconds. Ah. So now we want to draw the lines. So we're gonna set that. Alright, and then what we'll do is also do the Y. And of course we want this to be 1 as well, or equal to V in this case. Whoops, what did I just do? Well, so this needs to equal L, and we need to compare this against the, what am I doing? So now we want to go Y is greater than 0, Y plus plus, or Y minus minus, and then in here we will just do grid output Y times the width plus X equals grid output Y minus 1 times grid width plus X doesn't equal 0. Then what we can do is grid output at X will equal 0. So just equal false, nothing in there. And at the end, we'll just want to clear it. So we do lines dot clear. All right, we'll see how this looks. So it does that, pulls it down, clears the line. Then we can see that both of those are done and clears them. Perfect. So the next thing we got to work on is the scoring. If I can stop playing this. There's a lot of leeway with those, isn't there? Yeah, a lot of leeway. Shit. Ah, that sucks. Okay. Um, Here we go. Fuck. That works. Alright, so Okay, so we're getting the score in. Now we could do either or, but I think doing both would be pretty nice because this one encourages you to put down more pieces, while this one encourages you to actually score like with those pieces. So right under here, what I want to do is draw score, but I also want to draw our next piece, right? Oh, what's that? So if we draw the next piece, that means we can no longer randomize the current piece, but we need an int. So I think what we should do is create two more variables, right? Maybe even go as far as to create a starting x and starting y. So the maximum height that we're getting for this is like 2. Like, well, 4. 4 is the maximum height, but I'm pretty sure it spawns on one of the middle characters. So what I'm going to do is just set that to 4, see if that changes anything. And we'll set this to equal the starting x, starting y. So that way we can customize these without worrying about this just messing up. And these ones will be our next piece, next rotation. And we should, in fact, set these as if we were setting these. So, where am I? Right here. So, I'll just paste these in here and just put next. And of course, int. And when are we setting the seed? We need to set the seed very first. So I'll just throw this up here. So now I want to copy these and also throw them in here. Now the offsets, well, not the offsets. Oh yeah, the offsets in here might give them the exact same item. So what I'm just going to do is give these new offsets. So that way they aren't given the exact same item just in case, right? So we can draw this much like we drew the grid itself for both the items. Let me see where it is. So for these, and we can keep this, right? Because this just sets the number. If it's 0, like current piece ID 0, then it'd be 65, which is A, which is right here. So all we gotta do is basically just set up some more items. So if we go up to here, right? We got the grid width and the screen stuff. So what we might need to do instead is just change the names of these. So just change the name. We'll set this to powered board width, board height, and we can keep the screen width and screen height the same. So down here, we can get int next piece width. This makes it sound like we're changing the width of the piece. So we'll go next piece display width and height. So we got to remember that these have to basically be, well, they don't have to be the same, but it needs to be over the actual array right here, which is a 4 by 4. So, and I want to give it a little bit of like padding to it too. So I think the width should be like 8. And that will equal 8. And this one should equal 6. So it's taller, I mean, it's wider than it is tall, right? And let's see. Of course, we could probably just set these in like where we draw it, and I probably will eventually, but it's good to have these basically like set how we want them. So this is the grid output. Let's switch this name to board draw. That way we're kind of sticking with this theme of this being the board, and we'll have the other one just set to piece display draw. So this is going off of board width times board height. Then we are setting these in here. I think it'd be fine to actually have these predefined, right? Because it's going off of board width, board height. So be okay to just follow the same theme that we're going with. Where am I drawing this? Oh my god, I lost it. Uh-oh. Okay. I am blinder than a bat because it's right here. So now we're just going to switch this over to piece display draw, and we need to actually set this up here as well, right here. And I think I'll just follow that. Do piece display and board draw. It's probably not liking it because this is now undefined for some reason. Oh, why did I change that? That's interesting. We'll just switch that back to board draw. So down here we got this, And instead of taking these parameters, we're going to take piece display width and multiply that by the heat height. So this will go across the piece display width. So before we were able to put an offset on it as well, we'll get into that whenever we actually render it. So we'll just do this. Let's make sure all these names are switched over. That's good. So whenever we go to actually draw this down here, where do I actually draw this? I draw it where I marked it as draw. So we can see that we got an offset right here of 2. So I'm going to go into here. So this will draw our next piece, but this will just draw the border. So that's all I want to do right now and see if we can actually get this to work, basically. Oops. Let's just do piece display width. So it can stay with the screen width. Piece display height. And I don't think we use that anywhere else. No. And we could do the same thing here, just piece display draw. And the offset's going to be a little more, I'm putting this all in the wrong spot, that's fine. So what I'm going to do is just do that. There we go. So the screen width can stay the same, right? Now we need to set the offset. So what we can do for the offset is do y plus, well obviously I do want that too, but I also want it to add our board width, right? And the only downside to this is this actually needs to be +4, because if it's +2, I'll show it just in case I'm wrong. So I'll do the same thing for here. So I could probably just plus. So I could probably just open this now, and we can see that it's actually like thrown in right there, right? So what we need to do is add 4 instead. And I'm curious as to why it looked kind of fucked up like this. So there could be a couple answers to this. So could be because I'm stupid. So if we look at board width in this case, so board width is 20. So it's actually offsetting that pretty good. It's just not drawing our straight lines down correctly. So going through here, display height, So these are correct. So it shouldn't actually have a problem with the terminal because it's still within that range, right? But the problem could be because it's not a whole number. Let's, well, it is a whole number. I don't know what I'm saying. But we'll set this to a 10 by 10, right? And see if it has to be a factor of 10 for it to, I mean, sure. So it looks like it does have to sort of be a factor of 10. So we'll grab the width, make that 5, or better yet, this can still stay 10, and I don't care about that. So if we notice, it's actually drawing it pretty low on here, right? When in reality, it should be drawing it pretty high up there. So this could, hmm, 4 into x is less than piece width, x plus plus, and y equals 0, y is less than the height, y plus plus, screen at y, which is 0 plus that. Okay, if I do that, there we go. That fixes that issue. And I'm going to keep it as 4 because whenever we draw the score, I want the score to actually be above it. So the next thing is to actually make it shorter. So the width might have to be like that, but the height, I hope, doesn't have to be. So I'm going to set this to 6 and run it and see how it looks. And it's fucked. So we can see 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's throwing in the padding for that extra 4 up here. Or extra 2, rather. Oh wait, no, 4. I'm stupid. So then there's probably supposed to be padding. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's probably going to be some padding below it as well in that case. Or, what am I talking about? I don't know. Ugh, my brain. I got some food. Feed the brain, feed the power to do this right. Okay, so the displayed height is 6. So if we visualize this real quick, right? We're going width, which is 10, height, which is 4. That was 6. So we go across it 6 times before it goes over one more pixel, right? And then it draws the next 6. Yeah, so it is a bit weird. If I just so happen to make this 1, 2, no, not this one. This one, 2, how does that look? Okay, so it is just an offset thing. And now that I'm looking at this, we can't fit anything in there. Because I think the offset is taking into account the extra 2 that we get up here. So I will do 4. So let's switch this up to 8. So we can see that it also doesn't like that. So we could do 10 and see if we could bump this up to 12. No. Okay. But it does like 10 by 10. Oh, wait a second. Screen width is 50. This is using like 22 of our pixels. I'm going to call them pixels because pixels work in this case. So it's taking 22 of our pixels, and we are trying to use an extra 10 plus 4, because, no, plus 2, so an extra 12 pixels. So what if I were to set the board width to be a little, not board width, screen width, to be a little bit wider. So I'm going to go back into here and set this to be, let's do 60, right? So we'll set that to 60 and set this to 60. So that's with it like that. I need to set this to 12 and it still fucks up. So maybe these have to be factors of 10, right? So what if I make it 20? That's interesting. Alright, I'll just keep it 10 by 10 because it seems to like that. And then I can go ahead and actually set this back down to 50. And set this back to 50 so it's not so big. So the next thing that we want to do is basically put, that is still too big. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so that is technically 10. Oh, my brain. If I set this to 5, how does that look? Because technically that is a factor of 10. This is only using 3 instead of 5. So there's clearly something going on with the calculations in this because so let's do the math real quick. I'm gonna set this back to 10, right? So if I go, so I'm going to set this to 10, right? So if we go into where we draw it, right here. So what we're taking is the screen, and if we find screen, screen is just screen width times screen height, which in this case is 1,500 characters. So going down here, we can go, it's allocating certain characters. So we are doing y, which is 0 plus 4, so it's at the top of the screen, offset by 4, and multiplying that by the screen width. So multiplying that by the screen width then makes it uh, at the 50, 50, 50. Yeah. So it makes it 50. So 50 makes it 100. So the 100th character in our thing. Then it adds our X offset. So maybe it's a quality thing, right? The bigger something is, it is, the easier for it is to be drawn. That kind of thing, right? So I'd prefer it to not be this 10, right? So what if I just slowly decrease it? That's something. Oh, that's because I set it to 19. I meant to set it to 9. So it makes it a Z. So we can see that for some reason it wants to draw across, and that is very reminiscent of whenever we have this set like that, right? Because it's trying to draw to this other side, and that other side is referring to this spot right here. Because it's trying to draw to this spot right here that gets pushed onto an extra line for some reason, mind you. I have no idea why it's ending up on a separate line, but I could just 3, 6, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4. So for some reason at 33, 34, it wants to kick it to the next line, right? Okay. So I think I might have the wrong parameter set somewhere because it seems to be going off of the width instead of the height, right? So going down here, I have that going off of width, so x going off of width, y going off of height, which makes perfect sense. I'm incrementing it, right? Then incrementing it correctly. And then, oh, that just closed for some reason. That's fine. So, getting that, multiplying it by the width, y. Okay. So, oh, that's interesting. Something keeps opening and closing. Oh, it's probably that. I think my headset is coming on and it just keeps flashing virtual desktop. So I just close out of virtual desktop. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Such a tiny bark. Okay. So if we take, well, if we take, for example, how we do the tetraminos, so it grabs the current y plus the y index from here, and then adds 2 so it's padded to match this, right? It's multiplying the screen width plus that, plus the current x, x, and 2. So this is how we're basically setting it up. X, offset, well, yeah, offset and offset. And honestly, this could probably go up here as well, because it's not drawing the piece. The piece will have to be drawn separately. So, oh my god. Uh-oh. I'll just make that 10. Then work on drawing a tetramino on the inside of it. So what we can do is grab this current piece and just draw it here as well, right? So we call next piece sitting at the next rotation. So now all we gotta do is we don't even need any sort of next X or next Y, because all this is going to need to do is fit it in with our fit it in where these are, right? So what we could do is set it at the board width plus Y plus 2, but in this case we could do plus 4, and this will put it directly where the other one is. As a matter of fact, oh wait, this is a board height. Or no, this is just 0. And then we just go into here and hit it with the board width plus X plus 2. So now if I hit this, we can see that it's spawning right there. So we want to add 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably add 4 more to each. So we do 8, 6. Restart this. And we can see that it did not work the way we wanted it to. And this could probably be fixed up by how we put this stuff in here, right? So what I'm going to do is put a general direction in for these and center them as best I can. And these also need to be at capital X's. Okay, and now this one just needs to be the opposite to that. So it can go right here. This one can just really start right here. And these ones are already pretty good, but I should move them up one. So do that. Alright, now if I do it, see that it's still giving it the random rotation, but they are a bit too far down. So I can go to the Y offset right here, and maybe just make this 5 instead. So setting it to 5, let's do 6. Let's make it 7 and then scoot this over to 7 as well. There we go. Alright, so now we can draw the score. Alright, and we'll see how well that looks. Oh, it's almost perfect. I might try to bring the width up some, see how that looks. I'll do 15. See how much that breaks it. Not too bad. Okay, so could probably do with it being over a bit less. So I'm probably going to do 2, since that's where I started. Oh, I need to do 4. Since that's where I started this one at. And the score can stay out there. Probably bring it out to 4 instead. Or just leave it at 8 because it looks funny. Okay. And we got it showing up with the current piece. I need to switch this to next piece plus that. And now what we got to do is in here choose next piece. So current piece will equal next piece, and current rotation will equal next rotation, and we need to basically randomize it again. So we could do next piece equals random plus gibberish mod 7. Then we could do next rotation, and this one could be mod 4. Alright, let's see how well this works. So we got F coming in next. If I do that, we got F again. Okay, now we're getting some randomness. And we are getting the correct pieces. So we should be getting A's. And we are getting the score. And I want to see if whenever we get a Tetris, it works. Thought that was a bit longer. There we go. So our score did increase. I think. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, it did. Okay. And that's that, right? So of course, the next step would actually be to make it look a little pretty, optimize it a bit. All right. So the question is, how do we go about optimizing something like this, right? So first thing we could do is, of course, add a application dot h, get us a header file going, and then include that in here. And we can go ahead and throw these into here. And we can move some of these functions that we got into here as well. So in here, we can go ahead, before I get too far, class application, so that way we have an actual constructor file. Well, file, constructor. So actually, I'd like to move this into a separate file. So I want to make a render class, and this will do all the rendering. We can keep all of this stuff in here just because they are very much application specific. So in here, we have an update function. We have input functions, some logic. Let's see. We're also locking the rotation and position, checking the lines, drawing all of this stuff. And for the most part, these are set up the same. So we can make a draw UI or GUI function that'll draw the GUI and stuff like that. And we can do a draw piece function where it does all of this. And the score we might even just keep in here. But if we're really going about this like programmers, right, we would cut back on every single Windows function in here. Like even some of these functions, right, where we are like clearly using set functions. Instead, instead we would abstract it to where that we are the one in control, right? So like this right here is also one that we can change and utilize. So but we got the render. Usually in something like OpenGL, you'd have your fragment shader, vertex shader, our index buffer, vertex buffer, all that jazz. But in here, we don't really have that because we're working in a command line, right? So what we should do is in render, or better yet, let's make a folder. Just call this core, throw the rendering into here. And we'll also add another class. And this will be our draw function. Draw. And we also, for our render, we just need this, right? So just throw these in here. Go into render.h, class render. We're going to do public. And I like to do static calls for a lot of this stuff. Not that it's handy or anything, it's just I don't like defining a function, per se. But sometimes static calls are not what you should do, because in case you have multiple instances of the same item. Like, if we were using a graphics API, there would have to be like multiple instances of, say, a vertex buffer. So that way we can store values in each of those so we know what to draw. But on here, we've only got one screen and one command line. So it's not like we can layer it at all, right? So public, we can do static void draw. And draw will basically, no wait, we've already got draw. We need a static void, we'll just call this render. And as a matter of fact, we could just do this as the constructor, right? And we don't want to throw any Windows functions in here, like any Windows headers, because that defeats the whole point of abstraction, right? We don't want to see those functions whenever we go to type in our main file. So we could do render here, and once I can think of some more stuff that will actually render out, then we'll be good. But for the moment, if it's just one thing, then it's fine. So we can see that we need a reference to a console, screen, screen width, screen height, and bytes written. So if we take a look at all this, we can see that screen width and screen height are really the only things that change. Screen, sure, we have a wchar, a Windows char type screen pointer, right? And these need to be a constant thing as well because we're changing that specific screen. But if we go find console real quick, right? This is defined and forgotten about, right? Because it's just creating a console screen buffer. So I reckon I can literally just throw this into my render and it'll be fine. And we can see that console takes in a bunch of these. Before I forget, let's go ahead and throw windows.h in there so I don't see all that. So we can do that. So since we've got a render.h private, so console is a handle, right? Now we don't need to throw windows in here at all. Because if we take a look, this right here is a type def, right? So we could do handle, make this a member variable, console, and instead of doing console here, we could do im underscore console, and since we are defining it in here, we don't need to actually like do the whole thing right here where we got to do console don't need to initialize it, right? Because we're writing it right here. And we could just throw this console. And the best part about this is, since this is in the constructor, it'll do it once, right? And in that case, I should also make it a static, because this isn't going to change. Alright, so we'll need access to the screen, right? But the question is, what is a screen? So if we go, oh, even better, I could just throw these in there as well. So I could do this, so that bytes written is taken care of. So this we'll obviously need to do dword bytes written. So we will have to be able to change this like with the system, right? So I'll make it another variable in here. Do static dword. And then I can even get rid of it and initialize it in here to equal 0, right? And instead of doing that, we just do our bytes written. I don't know why IntelliSense isn't doing IntelliSense, but whatever. So we can even do a whole thing with the screen, right? So in our renderer.h, well, I don't think I can make it a const. No. So in this case, you can just go into here and do or not. Or is it just that? No. I guess it doesn't matter. Static error type. So the reason why they're coming up as error types in this case, so if I like build this, of course there's going to be some errors, but unknown override specifier, right? So the issue with doing it like this is we would need to include this. So just an example, if I do this, throw this in here, and hit build, now the only thing it's freaking out about is these variables right here, right? So what we do, let's go back into here, add that. So we could take a look at these. This is an unsigned long, right? So I could just make those. So we could do a void pointer, and that should take care of this, right? So if I go into here, click on this, we got static handle renderer, right? Now, does it have to be like this is my question. Does that change the meaning in here? It does not. So if I do that, we can do the same thing for here and just do unsigned long this. and it should be assigned as an unsigned long now. So if I go into here, you can see that it's static dword, which is an unsigned long. If I hit build, we got a whole lot of errors. Uh-oh. Unknown overrider. Okay, so it doesn't like it. That's interesting. So let's go into here real quick. Bring this out. So let's take a look at this. Can I just do a type def in here? And do another type def here? I can. So if I do that, remove this, you can see that these stay. And the reason why they were green before was because this was being included in here. So now if I build, we can see that the only errors that we're getting is these. It's just a little get around for it because as soon as it's in here, it gets initialized to the value that it's supposed to be, right? So now we should also bring the screen into here. So if we check this out, we got wchar screen, and this just puts it onto the screen so it can be rendered, right? And we don't want to have to do this in here, obviously. And if we take a look, I'm pretty sure some of these utilize... Oh, of course. This is going to be going into its own file as well. But I digress. Let me look for screen real quick. So drawing requires us to draw to the screen. So screen or render in this case will be a crucial part in our draw files, right? Our draw commands, we could say. And we can even draw text with it as well. So what we're going to do is make another private, and we'll see, do we have access to wchar t, like without? So the best way to check to see if you have access to something without, uh, say this, just comment it out, and see where this tries to take you. So, doesn't look like we are limited to Windows for this, because it's still highlighted, right? So we'll do screen, and this also has to be static, so that way we only have one instance of it. So let's see. We can see that it's not being initialized at this point. Let's go ahead and bring this back. And that's because in our rendering constructor, we need to include it. So we do screen here real quick. It's not going to do anything because it's incomplete. So if I go into application, we're going to see how screen is initialized, right? So up here, we see that screen is with the screen width and screen height. And this will go through and actually set the entire screen to basically be cleared. So all we need access to is screen width and screen height. Well, screen width and screen height is in here, right? Well, we can go into here and do void set screen, and this can take in our, should really be unsigned ints because they shouldn't be negatives. Unsigned int width, unsigned int height. Did I just put unsigned? Unsigned width? That's weird. Unsigned int width and height, and we should set the width and height in here, right? So the set screen will be called, so this is going to set our screen, right? If I go into here, this is basically just this. So I can Control X, Control V. But we don't want it to be this, we just want to set the screen to be that. We could do width, height, value of type wchar tpointer cannot be assigned that. Why are you that? Is it because you're static? No. Okay. So let's see how this actually worked. So this is a wchar pointer, of course. I'm just stupid. Can I just like convert this to a pointer here? No. Okay. So just go into here, wchar pointer. That should fix all that. So the thing is, we actually want this to be wchar pointer itself, because this is going to return our screen. So instead of that, it's going to return. So we can't return new, right? So what we're going to do is wchar pointer. We'll just call this screen. We'll equal that. Oh wait, it couldn't return because it's not a char pointer, right? So if I instead return from here, there we go. So now it'll return a wchar pointer. So if I go up into here, we're going to go m underscore screen equals set screen, and we could do the width and height to what we had it before, width being what, like 50, and height being 33. And doing that basically sets these, right? Does this have any way for me to like bring out any of its variables? No. So instead, or in here we're going to have an unsigned int width and height. And here we should be able to set those. So we'll set width to be 50, while height is set to be 33. And then we will just pass that in instead of these. And there we go. So that basically just sets up the entire screen for us. And that's our rendering done, right? Not really, actually. We're going to make an inline get screen. Might be a void. Actually, I'm pretty sure it'd just be no. That would only work for structs. Might have to be the char pointer. And this will just return. Yeah, definitely a char pointer, because this has to return our screen. So now, in our draw, we can do draw.h. Let's also go ahead and throw this into here. And that should be good. So going back into draw, we need to first go into here and find some of our draw calls, right? So we do have this board draw right here. And what this does is it actually just initializes the board itself. And tells the system what it should put for certain things. 9 being, I believe, well, I know it's going to be the borders, and 0 being empty space. So what we could do, because in a lot of these, there's board draws and piece draws, right? And in this case, we wouldn't want them to be, say for example, we wouldn't want them to be, I need some coffee. We wouldn't want them to be static, right? Because we want to be able to call from multiple things. Because we want to be able to draw the piece display. We also want to be able to draw the board. We want to be able to draw, if I can find it all, we want to be able to draw all of this separately, right? And I might even do draw text as well. But the first thing that I would also have to do is include our render in here, render.h. So that way draw has access to the screen, because we need the screen in order to draw. So in draw.h, we are going to do a public we're going to be doing a public draw. So public constructor. Let's see. So a public constructor might not be what we need, right? So if we have a constructor for this, well, we should have a constructor anyways. That's just like empty. But what we really want is like void draw GUI, right? And void draw object, right? And let's go ahead and throw these in here real quick. Create definitions. So whenever we draw a GUI, which is just going to be the background for now, because we don't technically have a gamer user interface or general user interface. We don't have that. We have what is displayed. So in this case, for this app, what we're going to do is basically just define certain things, right? Because we want to be able to define this maybe in the draw command, right? So this is going to basically draw the entire board, right? So yeah, this is going to draw the entire board, or let the system know what's going to be in there so it knows what to draw, right? So as it stands, we've defined this outside of our actual run loop because we don't want to have to define this each and every time. That's a waste of draw calls. So I think, whoops, for something like that, we should have, let's see, what are they? They are unsigned chars, right? So in draw, we should have unsigned char. That's a car with an H. Unsigned char. We're gonna call this set layout, right? So this is basically setting the layout of our GUI. We do it twice, and that's what this basically does, right? And as it stands, we just return this. So draw board, whoops, if I go into application, let's find drawboard real quick. Because it is an unsigned char pointer that is a null pointer. So if I go into here, I could do that. It doesn't need to be set to a null pointer anymore. And we can go ahead and better set these names. And since they are, in fact, private, this wants to set them, but we will set them up whenever we get to them, right? Because we don't technically need to set these up just yet. Because if I go into here and do, let's say, call this board draw, right? So we don't have access to board width, board height. And that's something that we would put up here, right? And I shouldn't have actually put these in the draw.h because these are going to be used outside. But set layout will return that. We could do unsigned int width, unsigned int height. And this will basically let us set the width and height. Whoops, let's go into here. This will let us set the width and height. And we don't need to do all of this, right? We just need to return here. Return new char pointer. We throw the width and the height in here. And this is what it's going to return. Let's see what's going on here. So, unsigned char. Oh wait, this needs to be a char pointer. And this needs to be switched over to a char pointer. There we go. Okay. So this basically just returns that. So we set the layout, then we want to be able to draw it, right? And we don't need to make this equal to anything, per se. If we go into here and just copy this, go into our C++ file. So this is all we really need to do with the information, right? So all we're taking in is the width and height. So what we could do as well is, since this is going to be an object-based class, not an instance-based class, we just set up a private variable for two unsigned ints. And of course, draw is going to hate the fact that there's two undefined variables. That's fine. So what we're going to do is actually use the constructor, right? Create this. Or we don't actually need to, right? It really wants us to, but we don't technically need to. All we do, we might be able to get away with doing it in here. Width is width. unless this needs to be done in the constructor. Okay. So we could just throw this in here. Okay, then we could do that and throw the width in here because it's going to be set, because we need to set the layout first. And then we could throw the height in here. And this is just the board draw, right? So in here, we can take in our unsigned char pointer, and this will be our GUI, right? And then we could just take the GUI, do that, grab the width, do that, and grab the height, and do that. And since our stuff is set basically the same way for both of our things, we shouldn't have to change this. So let me go ahead and fix this. So this basically just sets it up to where that we can draw it, right? But if we go check it out in our run function, right? Let's see how it draws from here. So we can see that it's really just doing all this. Now I'm pretty sure, I think I might have overthought this. All we gotta do is just throw this in here. Because all we need to do is this, and we do unsigned char pointer. We'll just call this GUI, and this can equal that from the width and height. Go ahead and do that so it sets the layout of it, and it will return GUI, right? And doing that will let all this work, and we don't need to provide it with a width or a height, a member variable anymore, because we could just redo that, right? So doing that, we should be able to return this just fine. And in that case, this can definitely probably just be static. Since we're setting the layout and we're making an object equal to it, it shouldn't matter. But I digress. So what we can do now is check, because the set layout only really applies to setting the layout of our GUIs, because I don't remember having to set up the layout for these, because it's technically set right here. So it only shows the pieces that say X, right? So all we really got to do in both of our draw functions is just grab these, paste it in here and see what we need. So in here, we don't need access to this. And this can be our render get screen. And it can stay like that. And we can do render. I should make a get width. So I can do this a couple times. Nope, that's set. So this can be alright. So now these are a thing. So a non-static reference must be made to the relative item, and that's because I overlooked the fact that this is gonna have to be static, and this is also gonna have to be static. And these are gonna have to be static as well. There we go. There's a non-static member base class of render. I just made you static. Well, I guess render needs to also be static, doesn't it? No, because you're a constructor. So let's see. Still doesn't like that, so what we could do is take in those variables and instead just do width, height, width, height. Because sure, this only needs to be set. Well, we also need to get it right here. So let me undo all this real quick. So in order to get them, we need to do that. But we can't set them in here because they're now static. So could we not just do that and then set them in here? Then do the same thing for height. So that way they are a constant thing, right? So get width now works. Get screen, however. So if I go into render, inline static, this can just be switched to inline, can't it? Yeah. And now, going into here, why don't you want to work? Get screen. Why aren't you wanting to work? Expression must have a pointer to object type, but it has type char render, char pointer to render pointer. Does it not have to be a pointer? And it will return a pointer too. No, something's going on. So going back in here, let's just bring that all the way back to here, right? Expression must have a pointer to complete. So if I do this, can I get this to return the memory address? And instead of making it a pointer, we do that. No. So it doesn't like that. You were just working. So I'm just going to undo to the point where it was working. So that's working. So let's see what stopped it from working. So this is a static, inline, regular. So then we set all these up in here. And it still doesn't mind it until these become static. And is it like something that's fucking up in here? Maybe because those are static, it just can't do that. Okay, that makes sense. So I'm going to not make these static. And I might just throw a okay, so it doesn't mind this. So get width must have a relative to be a specific object, right? So what we do is in here, we just do so we need to have a render, call this renderer. Local variable is not initialized. Let's see. So there we go. Then instead we just go renderer dot get width. Then we could probably do renderer dot get screen. Pointer is a pointer to a bound function may only be used to call the function. There we go. And since it's static, it shouldn't change. So I go into here real quick. I don't mind having this being set up like this. Although this should technically be static as well. So in here, it's not going to like it. And in here, it doesn't really mind it. Neither do these. So, the only thing that I really need to fix up would be the fact that these don't like being set out here. But they're more of, hey, it's this and that. That's our width and height, right? So we should be able to just set them right here. Alright. So now it'll return these. I don't know if I'll even need that. I probably will. So if I go into here, it wants the width and height, and it wants the GUI that we're actually drawing. So probably just be worth it to do unsigned char pointer GUI and just, huh? I didn't do that. That. And then in here, just undo. So we can do that. That's set. So now we need the width and height. So we'll just throw unsigned int width, unsigned int height. I'll throw those in there, then just do this. And I'll go ahead and just copy and paste all of this in there. Okay, so I guess we won't know if it works until I give it a shot, right? So I don't need to include the render, because in here I'm going to actually have a reference to it. Render, right? I'll have a reference to it, so that way the renderer is like its own thing. And we can just, instead of doing that, just paste that there, paste that there. And in here, we can go ahead and just, so function or definition and renderer not found, do that. There we go. So now that's coming up as an error type. Pretty sure that'll fix it. Nope. And that might just be because it's not being set, right? So in draw, we'll just have it basically define it in here. New render. And width and height should be set in here. So I could do 50, 33. And that is now set. I don't know why it's not wanting to do this. Does it need this? No. Will this even run? If I build this, it fails. So it's because this is apparently undefined, even though it's right here. Oh, wait, that makes sense. The renderer is not referenced in here. So what we just need to do is throw in class render. And that should fix that. So now going into draw.cpp, we can see that it's registering it correctly. And of course, we also need to throw in its constructors, right? So if I go into draw.h, we need to go render and I just do render unsigned int width height. Right, and now going back into here, no operators for equals. Okay, so wants to be a little bitch. Let's work with this. So we see that it's a render. I mean, of course, what I could do is just throw render in here. Default constructor exists. Does not exist. So I could throw render in here. And it wouldn't be a problem, honestly. Because render.h doesn't have any functions in it or anything to do with this. So I can officially add this and it'd be okay. But this, no default constructor. Do you mind, like, not doing that, please? Visual Studios being Visual Studio. No default constructor exists for class render. I don't have the class render in here anymore, my guy. Do I? No. Maybe this. Do I need to go? Do I have to define this in draw.h? Hmm. Whoops. So let's see. No default constructor exists for class. Yeah, it does. I've got it right here. Maybe I need a destructor. I wonder what it wants me to do. Would I have to, like, just throw that in there? No default constructor exists for that. So whenever it says default constructor, does it want like there to be default parameters? I think so. So now going into here, it works just fine. And I guess I changed the name to render. Okay, there we go. So now, if I do an F7, we can see that it works just fine here. You can see a bunch of errors down here, like this one right here. This was a part of the Windows API, I believe. So I might just include that once more. Windows.h gets rid of a lot of the errors, but we still got issues with the screen. And I'm pretty sure that's the only issue. So in render.h, we have a constructor, but in the constructor it has all of this, right? So that means we're going to need to make a new one, and we're just going to call this void update. I'll add that. And in here, we're just going to do this. Right? I'm pretty sure that's what we did, right? Right, console output character. Right, console output character. Yep. Okay. So now I can just get rid of that. And I'm going to go into my thingamabob here and just include core render and core draw. And in render, we don't need to set up anything because as soon as it shows up, it's got default parameters to go in there. So I no longer need the screen width. I'll keep these for now, so I have easy access to set those. So we have this right here, right? So we will do, I think it's draw. Oh, are they non-static? They are. That's fine. I'll just make them static real quick. And that shouldn't break anything, should it? It's because this isn't static. And there we go. So we could do draw equals draw set layout. And for the set layout, we need to call a few things. So we need width and height, right? And we could just do board width and board height. And we could do the exact same thing here as well. So we could do equals draw set layout piece display height. Oh, that's supposed to be in the width. And the width. Right? And we can keep these for now. These will eventually be moved into our application.h file. But now, on to actually drawing them, right? So I shouldn't need this anymore. We can do draw GUI, and we just need to feed it the GUI, which is board draw, width and height, board width, and board height. And I can just duplicate this and switch out these real quick. So for some of these, we've also got custom offsets that I will worry about later. So in that case, I'll probably just do that, do custom offsets. And we could probably throw the custom offsets into their actual layout, right? So that way it stores it with the item, maybe, maybe not. Because in order to do that, I'll probably need to set up a struct. So I'm not too worried about drawing these just yet, right? So I'm just going to comment them out, and we need to render. So I can just call render update. And it's a non-static, so that's also my bad. This needs to be a static void update. So now going into here, well, for starters, I need to know if this is going to build. Failed. Yay! So let's see. So we got this up here that errored. Okay, so it's just checking these. So I'm probably just going to throw these back into... Well, I don't need to throw that back in. I'll just throw this back into our application.cpp file and better implement that into its own thing later. And I think just building it now, success. Let's run it. So we get some build errors, right? Private, static, unsigned int. So looks like it's because in here we're trying to use some static unsigned ints, right? So my brain's melting over here. I might play some video games. I have been coding for the past 5 hours. I think I deserve some video games, right? So you guys get to see this. I'm gonna open up Steam. Oh, hello Steam. You guys get to see Steam. Never mind. See, I did get a new game recently. Library. Did I ever finish installing it? I don't think I did. Let's go into downloads. War Thunder. Okay, so yeah, it eventually got downloaded. But I don't remember what it's called. Car Mechanic Simulator VR. Yeah, that's the one. Oh, hello. Let's play some VR. Ver. And I mean, I could always try out Dark and Darker. But I do need to get a video in to edit. So I might just play. Where is it? Not the farmer. I already played the farmer. I don't think it's enough to get a video out of either, so let's see. I have no idea what the name of it is. It's not in here. Hitman's on sale. Um, it's not in the completed area. Dark and Darker would be fun to play. Darker convenience store. Noida, Noida, you. Yeah, I don't see it. I just got a game recently. Let's sort by recent activity. Ah, here it is. Alright, chat, I got to pause the music. I'm sorry. Oh, that's loud. I no longer need this open. Oh, it's gonna have me save. I'll save. Sure. Cancel, because I don't want to save something like this. Okay. Oh, um, I don't want 20 billion things open either. Now this is asking me if I want to close all the tabs. Yes. Let's go ahead, close that. At least Visual Studio knows not to be a bitch. Okay, let's change the name. Normalaus Hour. I think this is going to be one of those spot the different kind of games. Okay. It's not game development, nor is it Tetris. Let's do horror. Not you guys, not you guys. Update. I'm gonna make sure that it actually updated. Because Twitch can be a little bitch. Hey, that rhymes. Sometimes. Stream manager. Stream info. Yeah, it updated. Ain't nobody's watching it. That's okay. Oh, there's an actual clock. Okay. Let me change some settings real quick. Quality Ultra. Who does it think I am? Sure, 60 hertz. Audio. I like how 100% isn't even 100%. And I could I could just turn off sound. Wait, you guys can't hear shit. Or see it anymore. God damn it. Let's do that. And that. Alright, you guys should see it here in a little bit. It's a good thing I noticed, huh? Like, you can just, like... Okay, I had to turn up the actual game volume some. Now I'm afraid that it's gonna drown me out. So I'm just gonna get all nice, close, and personal. Oh wait, I gotta fix up my microphone too. Because my mic, I usually keep it like nice and high above everything else. 3 decibels. 3 decibels should be okay, right? Maybe. I'll set it to 150. There we go. So just to make sure everything is looking good, looking good. Alright. Let me save that. Apply, save, close. Okay, that worked. Alright. Welcome to the anomalous hour. Population, all of these guys. Oh, I blinked. Oh, I was being hung. Okay. Um, I take it I gotta go up there? Or up there? Wait. I got 2 different exits. Give me my money. Okay, I'm going up here. Oh, why? Why did that scare me? We've only just... Ooh. We've only just gotten into it, and that already scared me. God damn it. Okay, so it just loops around. I reckon this was the other one that I saw. What the fuck? I was not explained the rules. Everything stopped. I'm slightly horrified. I'm going back this way. Because I kinda... I kinda want the people back. Blink, boy, blink. Blink! What the fuck? I'm swole. Okay. Night party. What? Okay, so people being gone are normal? What's this? Oh. Take a photo of the anomaly. If you have a photo of the anomaly, take the train forward, reach platform 8 to escape. Stop that. Why are you so loud? Okay. Um, take photo. Okay. Ayo. Okay. I'm very much missing all the people. I don't know what's an anomaly. Hold on. Yapper. The Big Apple. Harold. Uh, bathroom. Bathroom. Off-brand. Pop. I love me some citrus twist. Cloudburst? Citrus twist. Okay. So it looks like we got America Today newspaper. Customer assistance. Push for help. I need a lot of help. Yapper. Hydrant. So if I don't have any anomalies, do I just like walk back over there? Also, why is the clock stopped? Okay. Sick. Destination or destruction. The completion of creation. Okay. I don't see any anomalies, but I don't know what an anomaly is just yet, so I'm just going to leave. Let's see, we got 2 missing cats. Mike Hanlon. Description, date of birth, July 3rd, 1973. Am I gonna see this guy? That'd be crazy. Okay, I guess no anomalies?
closing.
Oh, my camera's leaving me. Okay, I'm still on platform 0. That's fantastic. So there was an anomaly. Huh? Oh. I went to the wrong spot. Okay, so let's see. A whole new thing. Screen turned off. Beverage. Don's domain. Trash can. Do I have to pay attention to the numbers on here? I hope not. Hydrant. So we got knight versus giant. Bathroom. Oh, the stunning man. Oh, that door is open. I don't know if that door was already opened or not, though, because I didn't walk in. So I'm going to assume that it was, because I walked into this one earlier. I don't remember this. Um, we got a map. Where is this? Queens? Oh, New York. Manhattan. Okay. I don't see anything. Sick. The clock. Oh, I guess it glows red, if I get that wrong. So, to be honest, it looks fine. Can I walk in between? No, I can't die. So we still got yappers. Oh, hello. Hey. Oh, there's two anomalies. Okay, that's what that means, I guess. Like in the bottom corner. So that means there's like one other thing wrong? So does that mean that I do have to go around here? If I go around here, does it reset my progress? Does not seem to be the case. This is the worst mirror. It doesn't even show me how good I look. Football. Whopper. Uh, aliens. And, Deadpool. Concourse? East Street? No. Oh. So I guess that was all the film that I had? Okay. Guess I'm going now?
Doors are closing.
So, didn't glow blue that time. I think before it glowed a little blue. Hey! How many anomalies are there? Why is the light on over here? Okay, that's why. So I'm gonna go into here. So all these are shut. I'm still just as handsome as ever. We still got yappers on the wall. Um, well, that's an anomaly. It says platform 1 this time. Um, that's still the same time. I don't think I have to pay attention to the numbers on that. So there's gonna be something in there at some point. Football. Let's see, Whopper, Aliens, Deadpool. I hope that doesn't change. Otherwise, I'd be screwed. So if I fail one, do I go... Two missing cats that look exactly the same? Okay. So I'm not seeing anything different. Let's check this map real quick. See, Manhattan, Queen. Manhattan, Queen. Is this dirtier? Maybe. Did I take a good look at this? Yeah. Dom's domain. I'm not seeing anything. So I'm gonna go.
Doors are closing.
So it's green. Does that mean anything? Ah, I missed one. Okay. They don't repeat. Okay, they don't repeat anomalies. So am I supposed to find like at least one anomaly then go? Okay. Maybe. So still got yappers down there. None of these are open. Mirrors here. That's boarded off. That's open. Pipes. Over here looks okay. That looks good. I guess that's normal. So this guy's got a blue frame now. Guess he's always had a blue frame. Concourse, East Street. Got nothing in there. See a Whopper, Aliens, Deadpool. Football. Okay, that looks good. Dom's domain. Oh, the time's going backwards. Do I just need to get like one? Hold on. Take a photo of the anomaly. So there's just one. If you have a photo of the anomaly, take the train forward. So I got a photo of the anomaly.
Doors are closing.
So why is it red? I think it's just a random color at this point. You can't turn back time. You can't turn back time. That's the achievement that I just got. Love it. Alright, so let's check in here. One mirror, all doors shut. We got Yapper down here. Knight versus Giant. The broken Excalibur. That looks so cool. Wonder if it's an actual thing. Okay. So that looks good. Time staying still. There's a camera right there. Now let's take a look at the map. Looks good. Exit. Looks fine. Nothing back here. That's not different. Concourse. East Street. Don't have anybody there. Deadpool, aliens, Whopper, football. Oh, hello. Do you disappear? Please disappear. Thank you. I don't want to walk past you. Is there only one anomaly per level? There might be. So, I'm just going to go forward and assume that I won.
Doors are closing.
Yeah, I think it's just random, whatever it disintegrates. So yeah, it looks like it's just one anomaly that I need. So those are good. My reflection is good. I wonder if my reflection can change and I just take a picture of it. Alright, this is good. Yappers. Got a random cat going underneath my desk. Okay. Oh, hey look! Bring my boy back! Thank you. Now, I don't know if there's only one per level, so I'm just going to check real quick to make sure. Deadpool, aliens, Whopper, football. That's okay. That's okay. Dom's domain. Alright, looks like we're good. Fizzy
Doors
Calc.
are closing.
Juicy Burger Special. Only $1.99. We cut it in half for you. Nice. Alright, in here. Hello, reflection. Open stall. Bucket. Alright, let's take a look, shall we? So that's clear. Deadpool, aliens, Whopper, football. Picture. Dom's domain. TV. Ooh, footprints. I found it. I win. I think I'm just too good for this game. Let me out.
Doors are closing.
It's crazy to see just how fast we're going. Platform 4. Let's get it. Alright. Check in here. Nothing's different. Check in here. Nothing's different. Let's check this poster. Can I push into this? No, but there's probably going to be someone back there at one point since there's a room. I'll have to keep an eye out for it. Alright, hell, hell, hell. Alright. These are so easy. It didn't change back, though. Was there something else? There was something else there? Wait, what did I change? Uh-oh. It's actually kind of scary. I got 2 pictures. I didn't think that was possible. Why is it so foggy down here? I mean, it's not gonna hurt if I just do this. Yeah, because I've already got, I guess, both of them. I don't know what I changed. That's crazy.
Doors are closing.
Platform 5. It always sounds like someone's like getting their neck snapped. Reflection! No. Nothing. That's good. Emergency exit's good. So those are good. Deadpool, aliens, Whopper. This looks good. Dom's domain. TV off. Okay. This is interesting. I don't see anything. Other, I might just be blind as a fucking bat. What's different? Right? I don't see anything in there. Nothing's wrong. Oh wait, I can go back here. I'm a little concerned as to why I can go back here. But anyways, let's make sure these numbers are right. 9635, 9635, 9635. 9635, 9635. Hmm. They didn't swap these. Cloudburst, Citrus Twist, Cloudburst, Citrus Twist, Cloudburst. Hydrant. Did they switch any of the exit signs? No. Maybe this? Nah. Huh. What's different? That's not different. There's always been 3 phones here. Maybe some writing on the wall's different? Destruction, the completion of creation. Okay then. Street level access. Eldridge, Dairy, Ashford. Huh. What the fuck? Oh. Oh shit. Oh, that is horrifying. Has he just been following me? Oh. My heart's racing. Looked like a giant baby. Oh. I need I need to breathe.
Doors
Oh.
are closing.
Oh. Oh, my heart. That was honestly horrifying. I wonder if I would have been able to see him in this mirror. Oh, that is creepy. These are still shut. Whew. All the iconic brands are still a thing. We don't got anybody following us. That's great. You haven't had anything change on you at all. This shadow's new. No? Guess I'm just blind, because I don't remember this. Okay. There's probably something on a poster. Broken Excalibur. Let's make sure there's nobody just creeping around in here. Okay. Bucket. Metro Rail Transit Inc. nothing is spun around. Maybe we got someone just lurking? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, those are right. Got this exit sign. Although I am noticing the fact that it looks brighter now. No, I'm guess I'm just stupid. Maybe. Okay, this is the last one. I have to preserve it with all my might till I absolutely see it. Vending machines are in the correct order. Ah, America. Dom's domain. There doesn't appear to be anything extra. I still feel like this light has never been here before. 'Cause I mean, I've walked up to this thing and it was pretty dark compared to this. Am I going crazy? I might be going crazy. But I mean, there's also a light over there, so. And I haven't noticed it. So maybe I am going crazy. Let's see. Zesting. Hmm. It's a little worrisome. We still got Manhattan, Queen, Manhattan, Queens. Um, oh, I have no idea. I don't know what I'm doing. Broken Excalibur. I guess I can go through and read some of these signs. Yapper. Um, Missing cats, two of them, same breed and everything. So, it says exit, street level access. See, blackout, voices of the past, Burgerama, champion. Let's make sure nothing is behind me through here. I don't see anything. Okay. I'm stumped. I feel kinda dumb. Why is there a Monero on this? America Today. Let's make sure that this is still Stalker. Yeah. Murdoch. 3 phones. The Big Apple Herald. I got no idea. I honestly feel like I am going crazy. I haven't seen anything. Time is the same. Is there anything up on the ceiling? Maybe? Oh. I'm pretty sure I took a picture here earlier. If that was it, probably would have changed. Back. Um, can I like walk into this? Ow. Don't do that, you scared me. Still Dom's domain. There's nobody hiding out in here. I feel like there's no anomaly, right? But there has to be an anomaly because I got. Did that always make a noise? Fuck. Fuck it. It didn't. It did. It did. I'm fucked. Okay. I guess I'm restarting then.
Doors are closing.
Oh, now I gotta get back to where I was. Hopefully they still don't repeat anything, and if they do, it should be ones that I've seen anyways. So I already checked both of these. And yeah, that does make noise. Guess I was crazy. And there is a light here. So let's check out over here. None of these are changed. Do I have a giant baby following me? Nope. You're the same as you were before. Is this still Dom's domain? Don's Don's domain. Purchase ticket here. What the hell? Yeah, nothing looks wrong. Oh my god. Let's see. I wish it told me what I got wrong before. America Today. The Columbus Stalker. Hydrant. I guessed it's Zest Zing. Has he always been smoking a cigarette? Probably. But again, I am stumped. Um, go back up here, shall we? Champion. Is there stuff that only shows up on camera? Hmm. Hmm. I honestly don't see anything. Why is there a customer assistance intercom? Would that like ping the driver? Okay. Let's go and overanalyze it. Few papers on the ground. Exit sign, street level access. Paper. There's Kirby. Um, nope, nope, nope. 2 pages. Champion. That hasn't changed. That's not one. Although that did show up in like really good contrast. What's up, cat? You wanna help me figure this out? No? Alright, go on. Let's see, that's the Stalker. America Today. 13 years old. Yada 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 yada. 2 missing cats. course. Okay, so this is fantastic. 'Cause I have no idea what's going on. That's the way, I like it. Um, S. S is for friends who do stuff together. Why are you on my desk? What's up, little kitty? Here, you can lay on my lap if you want to. Just not on the desk, please. Okay, I'm not seeing anything strikingly different. I don't see anything following me. Cats don't follow my eyes. Why are you trying to climb on my back? Please stop. Trying to focus here. Did I ever check in here? Bucket. Oh, there we go. So we can go ahead and leave now.
Doors are closing.
So it looks like I'm still getting new ones. Whether that's fortunate or unfortunate, I have no idea yet. So that's correct. Okay, head into here. That's correct. We don't got anybody hiding out in here. Okay, we got the Manhattan area. 2 missing cats. Call information taken down. Don't see anything special over here. These haven't changed. This champion thing hasn't changed. I don't got anything following me, right? I look just as good as ever. There's nothing over here. She still hasn't changed. And Don's domain. Bye bye. And this one's still spouting out Monero. Time's correct. Well, as correct as it can be. America Today. The Columbus Stalker. Okay. So it's gonna probably be some minute detail. Both the arrows are facing out. We don't got anything sitting on the bench. This is fine. Do we got anybody chilling out in here? Doesn't look like it. The screen still hasn't done anything. Alright, chat, I'll be right back. Boo. Okay. Let's resume. So, platform one. Let's see, we don't got anything going on in here. The mirror over here probably won't change. Greenway Station. So I probably missed something while in here. That looks fine. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. So it's gonna be another one of these minute little details. Zest zing. So these walls are okay. Let's go and take a look out over here. Don't see anything. These are pointing in the correct directions. Blackout. Voices of the Past. Burgerama. Champion. Another exit. That leads to nowhere. Okay, so it's clearly not going to be in these main areas. So it's going to be on a poster or on a wall. And gotta make sure we're checking those too. Hydrant, Stalker, Platform 1, Citrus Twist, America Today. So let's see. So we still just got 3 of these. Yapper is still here. So next best guess would be here, but there's nobody here. That or here. Hmm. Oh, this is backwards. Called it.
Doors are closing.
Platform 2. So, vending machines look good. That looks good. Nobody peeking over? No. Good. Let's see. So we got America Today, the stalker. There's blood on the floor. And I'm pretty sure that's all. Can I get some more like that, please?
Doors are closing.
Like, it's still fresh. Ooh. Platform 3, vending machines look good. There's nobody in there. 3 phones. Platform 3. America Today. The stalker. Got all that. Nothing over there. Right. Left. This hasn't been changed. Do I got anything following me? Doesn't look like it. You still haven't changed. You're on.
Doors are closing.
Oh yeah. Doing great. I think I just saw something. So for starters, collect this. I don't see anything that way immediately, but could have swore I just saw something. Could have been my imagination. Oh yeah, could have. Oh. Huh? Oh. No, no phone. No phone, no. I'm going back.
Doors are closing.
Thanks for the heads up. I'm gonna call you Becky. Thank, thank you, Becky. So it looks like it's going over a lot of phobias with this. Because that's what the achievements are based around. Is there toilet phobia? Where I'm like deathly afraid of toilets? Oh, alright. Well, let's see. Vending machines are good. That's in the right direction. Exit in, I mean, exit out. So the screen's already changed. Up, upside down cat.
Doors are closing.
Yeah, ailurophobia. Okay, let's start down here. So I don't see nobody peeking. That's nice, that's nice. Wait, toilet could be gone. Okay. It's a good thing I don't got toilet phobia. That camera is on and looking at me. So, and that doesn't actually take it away, it looks like. Okay, so there's a range to it before it's like, hey, you've actually picked it up. I think it's more like a hint kind of system to give you like a
Doors
general
are
direction of where it
closing.
might be. Sopophobia. Scopophobia. Let me out! Let me out! Those look good. Don't got anybody in the mirror. That looks good. That's good. Yapper's still here. This one might not be obvious. See, I think there's a phobia for no escape as well, so I should be able to just take a picture of myself and get infinite access to outside. Don's domain. Some Monero. Those are good. Okay. Uh, I lost. I'm lost. I am under the water. Please help me. Why is the I lowercase? I mean, I know that it was lowercase. Just curious. You'd think incorporated would be more important than that. Cloudburst, Citrus Twist. Oh, mentioned this other one. Citrus Twist. Cloud Bursting. Stick. That's supposed to say like Liam? I am? It's interesting. You're zestling too hard. Zesting. Zestazing. Too hard. My eye. So exit signs are pointing the correct way. Let's make sure. Okay. All of these are the same. Oh, what's up, blood? Gang, gang. Bye bye. It's like always being watched by monsters. That's my fear. The crawler. Up. Oh, I found some anomalies. Gang, gang. Okay. So this is where I spawned. Can I just like go back over here and just... There we go. Now I'm on the title screen. Oh, so I guess this was supposed to be like where I'm supposed to check everything, right? Okay. Um, do I just leave again? Does that restart the game? Okay. I'm gonna walk around. If it restarts me again, I could get out! Oh my god! Haha! Oh, there's someone running. What the fuck? You found the way out. Oh my god, that was supposed to be me? uh, well, if you guys enjoyed this as much as I have, I might play another one like it. Maybe, maybe not. Depends. And I am